Good afternoon. Welcome to the Town of Winterville Town Council meeting for February the 10th. Wait, not February the 10th, March the 10th, 2025. My name is Mayor Pro Tem Moy, Johnny Moy, and I'm not the mayor. The mayor is on town business at this time, and he is working hard for our town and for our community. So I am standing in his stead tonight. So if I make any mistake, don't charge it to my heart, charge it to my head, okay? All right. After that, we're going to have the invocation by Reverend C.E. Cunningham, Senior Pastor of Mount Shallow Missionary Baptist Church. At this time, you can come to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To all who are here, the officers of this wonderful city of Winterville. I just greet you in the name of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. And I stand here to do what I've been called to do, and that's to give the invocation. So, Lord God, you are the creator of all that's been created. Dear Lord, we just ask that you will come and be in the midst of this meeting. Make it be what you wish for it to be, because we know that your way is the right way. Dear Lord, govern our hearts and our minds, dear Lord, that even if we disagree, that we will disagree agreeably. And dear Lord, Heavenly Father, let us work together in unity as you and your Son, Jesus Christ, are one. And dear Lord, I just thank you once more and again for all that will take place. And it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend C.E. Cunningham, for the prayer. Next, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon again. I would like to say thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. This is usually, we consider this as a large crowd. And we just want to say, I hope this is just a beginning of something new that you can be able to get firsthand. Every now and then, you might get a chance to ask some questions of concerns that you might have. You know that we can't answer them all, but we'll do our very best, place our best foot forward to do our very best to get everything done the best way we know how. Also, I'd like to recognize some special guests here tonight. First of all, we'd like to introduce our senator. Stand, please, be recognized. Okay. And also like to recognize one of our past and council is here tonight. Will you please stand? And everybody else is here is just as important than they are. I'm just picking them out and let y'all recognize who you have up there in Raleigh, and also some that have served in our town that we consider as a slice of good life. All right, with that said, next we will do the roll call.
Yes, if everybody would denote their presence using the remotes. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe everyone, aside from Mayor Hines, is accounted for and present.
Great, that is great. Okay, then. Next, we will have the approval of the agenda.
I don't believe there are any changes.
Move to approve the agenda.
Can I have a second? A motion has been made by Councilwoman Smith and seconded by Councilwoman Harrell, Dr. Harrell. All in favor? Will you use the clicker? George,
Affirmative.
all is affirmative. Okay. Next on the agenda, we do have the proclamation. First, we have the Women's History Month 2025. I'm going to ask our clerk, Mr. Don Harvey, will you read the proclamation for Women's History Month for 2025?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of their home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, and whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation, and whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, and whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas the following women serve on the town council: Councilwoman Brandy Harrell, Councilwoman Chantel E. Hawkins, Councilwoman Veronica W. Ryerson, and Councilwoman Lisa A. Smith. And whereas the following women serve on the town staff: Town Manager Terry L. Parker, Finance Director Jessica Manning, Parks and Recreation Director Diane White, Human Resource Director Angela Fuller, and 20% of the total town workforce are female. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement and emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and studying of American history. And now, therefore, I, Johnny Moy, Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Winterville, hereby designate March as Women History Month, honoring the contribution and legacy of women. In witness whereof I do set my hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed this 10th day of March, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next, we will have the proclamation will be the Social Work Month for 2025. And we're going to ask Councilwoman Brenda Harrell to read our proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening. It is a great pleasure to read this proclamation as I am one of amazing, amazing social workers across this nation. Proclamation, recognizing March 2025 as Social Work Month. Whereas social workers have been dedicated to improving human well-being and helping individuals, families, and communities overcome challenges for over a century. And whereas social workers work in schools, hospitals, mental health facilities, social service agencies, community organizations, and other settings to support and advocate for those in need. And whereas social workers provide critical services including mental health support, child welfare services, crisis intervention, and assistance for older adults, veterans, and individuals experiencing homeless. And whereas social workers advocate for policies that improve community health, social justice, and equity, ensuring that all people, regardless of their background, have access to the resources that they need. And whereas the theme for Social Work Month 2025 is Compassion Plus Action, highlighting the profession's continued commitment to creating positive change. And whereas the town of Winterville recognizes and appreciates the invaluable contributions of social workers who strengthen the fabric of our community. Now therefore be it resolved that Johnny Moy, Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Winterville, do hereby proclaim March 2025 Social Work Month in Winterville, North Carolina, and encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate the important work of social workers in our community. In witness thereof, I do set my hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed this 10th day of March 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mr. Harvey for reading the proclamation for the Women's History Month. And also thank you, Councilwoman Burrell, reading the Social Work Month for the women's. Now, I know this right here is the month of March that we're recognizing both of these proclamations, but I do believe that not only for this month, we want to recognize this 12 months out of the year, every single day. What we're speaking of now is not just recognizing it just for this month, but always we carry it into our heart. The things that our women do each and every day, and especially our social workers, they do in labor for us. Thank you so much for both of those proclamations. Next, we will have our public hearing. First, we have Mellon rezoning. Stephen.
Good evening. So tonight we do have two rezonings. They are under the same applicant and project, so we will actually be looking at them. We'll be looking at them together. So I'm going to present on both of the rezonings tonight. Because there are two applications, we are going to have two separate public hearings and two separate votes, and I'll get to that as we go through. I just wanted to clarify that we are going over both of the rezonings right now. So this is for the Mellon and the Neal rezoning. Applicant is Thomas Engineering, John Thomas, who's with us tonight if anybody has any questions. This is on the southeastern corner of Old Tar Road and Lori Ellis Road. The Mellon property is 46.98 acres, while the Neal property is 45.81 acres. So we're looking at nearly 100 acres in total for this project. Currently zoned agricultural residential. The request is R10 conditional district, with the condition being that 10% of the site will remain open space once developed. Notification was posted on this site in January of the rezoning. Adjacent property owners and those within 100 foot were also mailed notice February 25th. This is an image of the two properties. From east to west, we have Lori Ellis Road right here, just to kind of give a little bit of understanding. From north to south, we have Old Tar Road. The Mellon property is resting right here, while the Neal property is right here. Give a little bit more of an understanding where we are. This is Brookfield, cat-a-corner to this development. This is an image of the rezoning map with the boundary. Looking at the existing land use map, you have a lot of single-family residential in this area, also vacant and agricultural land. So the green color right here is vacant. So as you see, a lot of to the south, to the immediate west, to the immediate north, right now is vacant. However, we are seeing a lot of interest. We're receiving phone calls nonstop from developers in this area. So I know there is a lot of residential interest for growth in this area. Again, we're kind of looking at vacant land for both the Mellon and the Neal property. To the east, you do have Broxberry's and the Cotton Barn, which is a wedding venue and rural agricultural venue, and you've got a school here as well. Looking at the current zoning, mostly around here is agricultural residential. So this tan color that you see is AR. Both the Mellon property and the Neal property are both agricultural residential. Again, they are requesting R10 conditional district. Catacorner to this site is an R10 site in Brookfield. Just to the north is a lot of agricultural residential. You do have a commercial neighborhood just immediate to Old Tar Road in that corner right there. Also agricultural residential to the west. Again, we are receiving a ton of interest, especially in this area. This land just went for sale a couple of months ago, so we are receiving a lot of interest, and we'll likely see what we're expecting is a residential rezoning across the street here as well. Looking at the future land use for this area, all of this yellow is suburban residential. So both the Mellon and the Neal property are suburban residential. Now the Mellon property does have a very small overlay of neighborhood center. This was placed here in case when this corner is developed, it looked and appeared a little bit more commercial. With this one having two homes right on the immediate corner, suburban residential is really a better fit for this as they're proposing today with residential development rather than commercial on this immediate hard corner. Going just north of Laurie Ellis Road, you do get into urban neighborhoods, so a little bit more dense residential before you get into neighborhood center, which is a commercial corridor. When you're looking into the suburban residential, you're looking typically at larger lots, lower density single-family residential. You're typically looking at R20, R15, or R12.5. However, the zoning or the comprehensive plan also states that R10 and R8 are appropriate zones if additional open space is provided. In this case, the applicant has requested an R10 zoning district, and to ensure that they fit within the character area of the suburban residential, they have placed 10% of the land aside once developed. So again, we're looking at primarily single-family detached residential within this area. Of course, Winterville's goals are always to help reinforce the town's identity as a family-friendly community. And by doing so, the comprehensive land use plan is requesting that we support rezonings to residential uses in the suburban residential and urban neighborhood character areas as labeled on the land use plan. We have received one comment of concern for this project. I received an email in February from a Mr. Davis who stated concerns of the project's impact on local infrastructure, traffic congestion, and the overall character of the community for that area. Staff's evaluation for these two properties. They are currently vacant agricultural and forest land. Though there is significant vacant land surrounding these properties, there's actually a variety of existing uses already there. You've got the Greenville Montessori School, the Cotton Barn, which is an events and wedding venue, and then diagonal across the street is Brookfield, which is an R10 zoning district. Winterville is also expecting significant residential interest within this area, and staff believes that an R10 conditional district is a logical development and progression within this area. The comprehensive plan does support the designation of, or does designate this area as suburban residential character area, and does support the R10 rezoning with the condition that 10% of the site is left open. So staff is recommending the Mellon rezoning and the Neal rezoning, both approval. The Mellon rezoning is a 46.98 acre site, while the Neal property is a 45.81 acre site. Both of them from agricultural residential to R10 conditional district, in which 10% of the site will remain open space. The Planning and Zoning Board did hear this proposal at their February meeting and unanimously recommended approval to the board. Are there any questions for staff before we get into the public hearings and the votes? Again, I just want to remind council that these were two separate applications, so they will have separate public hearings and separate votes. Any questions for staff?
At this time, do any council member has any question? Stephen, who will provide the service for the water?
For the water for this area, let me call up Public Works.
Good evening. This is in the Eastern Pines service area.
But our sewer and our
We
electric.
will have our sewer and our electric. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. All right, next then, right now at this moment, we are open with the public hearing. And I would like to ask.
Yes.
All right then. First, we will do the Mellon rezoning first. The public hearing is open. If there is anyone who would like to come up and speak in favor of the Mellon rezoning district.
Good evening. My name is John Thomas.
John Thomas.
I'm the applicant. My company is Thomas Engineering out of Newbern. Been before you a few times before on some other projects. Just briefly, we feel like that the R10 conditional district is the appropriate rezoning for this piece of property. It's a medium density type development, probably a little bit less than that. It probably is going to mirror what we've done in the Villa Grande community off of Red Forbes Road. Villa Grande didn't have the open space and all that we're going to have here. This particular piece of property also has a gas line, a major one that crosses it, and it's eating up a lot of our property as well. I know we're talking about the Mellon track here, and I'll come back up when we talk about the Neal track and say about the same thing. But my client has interest in both of these tracks, so they go together. The Mellon track really can't develop it very well without having the Neal track, so that's why we package these two up together to be able to move forward with those. And also, any questions that come up with anybody, I'd be glad to step back up and answer questions or respond to comments. Thank you.
Approximately how many homes are we speaking?
I'm sorry?
Approximately how many homes are we speaking of?
You know, we've not done, believe it or not, we've not done any conceptual planning in there. There's some challenges in there. We've got some blue line streams and ditches, and we've got the gas line, and we've got some geometry of the property that we've got to deal with. My guess would be around a couple hundred homes on 100 acres. When you melt it down, you take the 10% out, and you take the gas line out, that eats up about 4 or 5 acres with the buffers around the blue line, you're probably left with 75 or 80 acres. So that's 160 to 200 homes, depending on how we lay it out in there.
Thank you. Okay, do anyone else would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone out here who would like to speak in opposition of this rezoning?
Not so much opposition, but this is going to go towards my public comment, but I'm sorry, Ross
Okay,
Peterson.
Ross, okay,
Yep,
thank you.
Yes, sir.
And your address, Mr. Davis.
Address.
2434 Cannon Road in Winterville, North Carolina, the slice of the good life. All right. So this will go into my public comment, but who will get recycling and trash in this area? Is that going to be on the town, or is that going to be on the resident?
I don't know what
When you're saying who would get it, who would be the provider for?
Correct.
This would likely become a Winterville development, so they would annex within the town of Winterville as expected. Yes, sir.
So again, that goes to my remarks coming forward that, we just cut services to recycle. And again, in the last couple of hearings, meetings I've been to, all these developers are coming at R10. So they can cram them in and get more. So is that hurting our infrastructure? Again, I would suggest R15, R20, again, something for us to consider. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak opposition of the Mello rezoning? If not, what's the pleasure of this council?
I'm sorry, I've got a slide right here. It just gives a recommendation.
Yes, we're going to do, I'm going to close.
Sorry.
All right. Well, at this time, I'd like to close the public hearing for the Mellon rezoning. Now,
Sorry, jumped the gun on that. We have a motion up here if the council would like to use it. It just kind of gives some language for or against. You do not have to use it. It's just purely some language if the board would like.
okay. Right? Well, at this time again, what's the pleasure
Are we
of this
open,
council?
are we open to discussion first, or can we?
Yes.
So, the gentleman who just spoke, can you come back to the podium? The Mellon, yes, sir. Thank you. So, sir, you just said, when Mayor Pro Tem Moy asked how many homes would be built, you don't have a general number, and you said there was a lot of things that needed to be done, fixed, a lot of uncertainties. I just want to be clear, that's what I heard.
Yes, ma'am. This particular, both of these properties, and I'm talking about both the Mellon and the Neal tract,
Right.
okay, because we're looking at developing those together, and they almost need to go together to be able to develop the tracts. The Mellon tract has sewer available to it across the street. As a matter of fact, the town has an easement to bring sewer through the tract on the north side to the Mellon tract. Come through the Mellon tract to be able to get to the Neal tract with the sewer. The Mellon tract has some challenges as far as there's some repair and buffers streams there that have been identified, so we have to work around those. The Neal tract has a gas line that crosses on the northern third of the tract that crosses Old Tar. Okay, so there's another challenge. We have to cross it and figure out how to cross it. It also eats up about 4 or 5 acres of the property. If it were a perfect piece of property, you could probably get 2.8 at an R10 on 100 acres. So that tells you about 280 lots or so. With the 10% coming off for the open space, the gas, the repair and buffers, I'm just spitballing a couple hundred lots. And it may be a little less, maybe a little more, but we've not done any conceptual planning in there yet. We won't be authorized to do that until the rezoning passes, and then my client will probably spend that money. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir, thank you.
I'm sorry, I also have a question. So, sounds like Winterville will be responsible or absorb the sewer, electric, storm, and, sanitation. But with the divide of water and sewer, I think one of the staff said that it was Eastern Pines. How well suited would this be for the stormwater infrastructure? Because in Winterville, there are issues with stormwater drainage and things of that nature.
We've certainly not developed a plan to be able to address that yet, okay? But the town has a stormwater ordinance that we will have to adhere to for quantity and quality of treatment on stormwater. Was there a question about the water and sewer too? Or?
No.
Okay.
I was just wondering about the infrastructure for the stormwater drainage.
Prospectively, if this rezoning passes, what is your time frame with all of the different areas you've pointed out that will need to be worked on? What is a time frame with getting this developed? Is it a year? Is it 3 years, 5 years? What is the time frame you can share with us?
Well, if you were my client, they'd want it tomorrow if this passes. But realistically, things move slower these days than they used to. We have a timeline in the office to be able to get to the point where we could even start presenting it back to the town, probably a couple of months to get to that point. Once we come back to the town, then there's approvals we have to go through there. It might be 6 months before we can get it shovel-ready to be able to start out there. Once it gets shovel-ready, it's probably going to be phased, and where they do half of it now and half of it later, like most projects are. So this project could be stretched out over 3 or 4 years easily. With the current market right now, with the houses being built, it's probably a 3-year project. Once we get to the point where we can start building houses. But it's slow. Even the projects we have under construction that should be finished in 8 months, it's taken 1 year and 8 months to do.
Last question. What do you foresee in terms of affordability to ensure that the homes, approximately or estimated 280 homes, are equitable to the slice of a good life here, for an equal slice of a good life? With 280 homes coming into Winterville, do you have a perspective in terms of what that home would cost? What would a typical home cost, not looking at the floor plans or looking at a simple standard floor plan? Where would that start? And would you consider having affordability in homes coming in here to Winterville?
I'm not the house builder, and I see the trend of the houses being anywhere from 250 to 450 with some of the projects that we're doing. I'm really not into that. I don't know what my client intends to build in there. As I said earlier, it's probably comparable to what's going on in the Villa Grande project with the type of houses that are being built in there. And I'm not sure what they're selling for in there. I don't know. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else have any other questions? Okay. So at this time, I will ask, what's the pleasure of this council? Again,
I move to approve the Millen rezoning from AR to AR10 conditional with 10% open, as it is reasonable in public interest and consistent with the Winterville Public Comprehensive Land Use.
I second.
a motion has been made and second by, a motion has been made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson. All in favor of the motion that the request from AR to AR10? I just lost. With a condition offering, 10%. For the subdivision. All in favor, use your clicker. Well, we do have a 4-1 vote, so the Mellon rezoning has been passed, 5-4-1. Next, we will have the Neal rezoning. Stephen? Mr. Penn?
The Neal property was covered in the previous presentation. If there are any questions specific to that piece of property, happy to assist, but it was covered in the presentation.
Does anyone have any question to Mr. Penn at this time?
Thank you.
Not none. At this time, we're going to open up the public hearing. We'd like to have anyone that'd like to speak in favor of the Neal rezoning.
I'm just going to say ditto, and I'll be glad to answer any questions again if you have them. Okay, thank you.
There is anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the Neal rezoning? Not? Do we have anyone who would like to speak opposition of the Neal rezoning at this time? It's open. Give us your name and your address, please.
I'm Jeff Kane. I live at 835 Laurie Ellis Road.
Is that Cade?
Koen. I wasn't prepared to do this. I'd like to know, I don't understand the procedures maybe. If it gets passed for rezoning, is it then automatic that the builder gets to build? It is not. Just a couple of years ago, I was here, and Mr. Worthington was looking to build right behind our house. And if I'm not mistaken, it was an R10, and he was going to put in many, 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 many homes in that less than 100 acres. And it was denied, and he's never been back to the table to do that again. I'm just wondering, he wanted to put in smaller homes and put a lot of them in. The finding there was that he would put in homes that resembled what was being built. I don't know, is it Lewis? Clark homes are back there. And he wasn't prepared to do that, so it was denied. If we're gonna recommend larger homes with a little bit more acreage, I would also recommend that this be zoned as an R20 rather than an R10. I'd also like to know what road frontage is going to be used for the entrances and exits of these projects.
I think that,
Mayor Pro Tem Moy, if I could just remind everyone, this is a rezoning, so I understood Mr. Thomas to say there was no conceptual plans at this time. They will have to come back before council with a preliminary plat, and the concept will be kind of started and certainly rounded out by that time, but certainly this evening is just for the rezoning of the land itself.
okay. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? If not,
I got a question.
um,
Mr. Penn, what is the zoning for Brookfield right across the street from this? I know it's kind of.
It's an
diagonal
R10
from-
conditional district, so the conditions are that, so homes have to be a minimum of 1,500 and I think 50 square foot heated space. And then the other requirement is on the facades, there has to be some element of brick or stone incorporated on the facade of those. So it's R10.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that was the zoning for the area.
That's
for the
correct.
Houses across the street.
anyone else? And at this time, I would like to close the public hearing for the near rezoning. I would like to ask, what is the pleasure of this council?
I move that we approve the Neal rezoning. It is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan, and it's reasonable, right across the street, and the public's interest.
Okay, a motion has been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith. All in favor, use the clicker. At this time, we have 4-1 in favor of the rezoning of the Neal property, because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and is reasonable with the surrounding development. Thank you. Next, we have the public hearing, public comment. The public comment. And I'd like to read something before we open up the floor for the public comment. Public comment period of 30 minutes provided an opportunity for the residents to comment on any item included in the agenda or to address the town council on any other matter related to the town of Winterville. For an item included in the public hearing selection of the agenda, the residents should address the council at the time the mayor may invite the public hearing on the item. No public comments may be made to the council during the meeting, except during the public comments period or as part of the public hearing. Individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and no more than 3 speakers may address the council on a single matter. The town council may elect to take no action on the matter addressed by the speaker, may schedule the matter for future consideration at a future council meeting. or may refer the matter to the town staff for disposition. Copies of the town public comments policies are available in the rear of the assembly room. At this time, public comments period is open, and we have Mr. Ross Peterson. Will you come up? Again, your name and your address.
Good evening again, Ross Peterson, 2434 Cannon Road. Again, 30-year plus resident. Been here a couple times already. Just very disappointed about, taxes going up, fees going up, but our recycling services got taken backwards. I know behind everything is money. But I also see that here we go again, developing R10, cramming people in here. Is that going to hurt our services? So again, whatever it takes, I went through some neighborhoods today on the way over here. Again, I'm seeing carts overfilled. I'm seeing carts. If you miss one time, you got to wait a month. You got to wait a month. Again, we keep talking about what Greenville does. Greenville gets recycling every week. We've had recycling every week for years upon years, and now all of a sudden we don't. And again, I would go back to what little bit of land we got left. I know we're gonna grow. I know it's gonna get filled up, but we don't have to cram everything in here just to please the developers. So again, I would consider, if they are going to do R10 and cram them in here, I appreciate Ms. Hawkins talking about price. I don't know how my children are going to afford a home. They can't afford a $250,000 home. There's just no way. So again, if they're going to cram the houses in here, at least make them affordable. And then on top of that, if we have single-family homes, all data says crime rates go down. If we don't have these rental properties, these apartment buildings, less trash, less crime, all the above. So again, I would, I'm not going to beg, but I will plead, our council, when budget comes up again, maybe find out a way to bring back recycling. Thank you for your time.
All right. Do we have another one? All right. At this time, public comments period is over. We will do, next what we have is the consent agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I just a second?
Yes.
I was not with you all for the agenda review meeting, but it's my understanding, Ms. Robertson, that you were at least interested in potentially moving item number 3 off of the consent and over to new business. Since
my only concern, the reason I wanted to move was that there was some information shared with me about that property that I thought the other members, but it can wait until we have the public hearing.
Okay, good. So this,
that'll be fine.
okay, so I just wanted to reiterate that this is just to schedule the rezoning, but that would be for next month. So, Councilwoman Robertson, don't let me forget we'll talk about it during the public hearing.
Okay.
Sounds good? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, at this time then, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
All right.
I'll second.
You second? A motion has been made by Councilwoman Robinson and seconded by Councilwoman Smith. All in favor with the click of your button.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay,
everyone's,
and,
sorry, go ahead. You're good.
Oh, you good.
I was gonna say everyone's voted in favor of approval of consent agenda.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have old business. We
No, sir.
don't have anything listed on the old business for tonight. And so we're gonna go right into our new business. New business. First thing on the new business is the Board of Election, one-stop site and filing fee.
If I could defer to our town clerk.
Mr.
Thank you,
Harvey.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
You will see in your agenda packet, I've sort of summarized, we've received correspondence from the Board of Elections concerning the upcoming municipal elections this fall, and several decisions need to be made. And I'll defer to the town attorney whether they can all go in one or whether you want to split them up. But you can see that they're estimating, and I emphasize the word estimating because he does a pretty good job usually from what it comes out, that for the municipal election, it would be $12,977.92. And that includes our portions of one-stops anywhere else except here in town. If we want to have an extra one-stop here in the community room, that would be an additional $11,529.37. Let me stop at that point and see if there's any questions on one-stop voting.
Did
Mr.
anyone?
Har-
Go ahead.
Mr. Harvey, when you say if we want to have an additional one stop, are you meaning an additional location as opposed to, but it'll be the same amount of days? Are we?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding is it runs the days that was in your agenda, which are, of course, you know, can't find anything when you need to have it, but it runs, early voting is October 16th to November 1st. I think there's maybe only one Sunday, but both Saturdays are, not looking at a calendar, it covers most Saturdays. But it would run the same time period as the Board of Elections and the other one over on County Home Road.
Thank you, sir.
And I would just add, that is required by the State Board of Elections. They won't let us. We pleaded and begged to get them to come down here as their second one, and it has to do with distances and locations, so on and so forth. We have done that in years past. Okay. Any questions on that? Then the only other,
I can't get to my thing up here. What is the total cost for early voting if we have the site over there and pay our portion of the other sites? What would that cost the citizens of Winterville?
it would be the combination of the 12,977 plus the 11,529, which, I'm doing this in my head, so
Give or take,
$24,000 for the deluxe edition, I'll call it.
right. And that would be what the citizens of Winterville would have to pay for this election.
That's
If
correct.
we had a site here in town.
That's correct.
And hope everybody's understanding, we're talking about the, site right over there in our community room.
That is correct.
We have that, plus pay our portion for the other sites, then our cost to our citizens is about $25,000. If we don't have that site, then we still have to pay about $12,000.
And that does also count the municipal election day vote also.
Thank you.
Another comment. The early voting site, which has taken place here in Winterville, that has been about the same amount, the 24,000, that has been the same.
Well, the one that's been here has run around that 11 to 12,000 range.
The early voting
Yeah,
site.
both of those figures are fairly much in line with what they've been over the last, every other year, when we have to pay our portion.
To the other sites.
Yes, both those figures, those separate figures, yes.
And what you were talking about tonight was you were stating that we are in preparation for it, but you shared that there could be an additional site for additional monies. Am I right? Just clarification? I'm just asking a question.
If we want the site in the community room, if we don't want it, then you have the site at the Board of Elections and over on
Gotcha.
County Home Road.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Just for early voting.
Or just early voting, just
Right.
all the precincts are set on election day as usual.
Right, okay.
And that would, those two sites would be 12,977. And we would have to contribute as part in that. Now, if we want to add this site over in the community room, that is an additional 11,529,
Like we've been doing.
like
Thank
we've
you.
been doing.
Okay, thank you.
They just require the council to vote to have the early voting, the one-stop site. And therefore, as we're getting ready to go into budget, we just wanted council to know what the total cost for the upcoming election would be, if we have the early voting.
And
Our citizens are very receptive of the site at the fire, I say fire station,
Right.
police, public, whatever, that building over there. And I know we share it with all the citizens throughout Pitt County
Yeah.
that want to vote, especially in our part of Pitt County. I really would like to see us fund that site, and I know we still would have to pay our portion, but I think it is not only a convenience, but it helps our citizens really be part of the democratic process by doing that.
Councilwoman Robertson, I would agree, as we are continuously told that that site during the early voting time period may be the busiest in the entire county.
Yeah.
So clearly, people take advantage of that space to come and vote early.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we can handle that separately, or we can put the fees for that together.
Yeah, I was going to just add in, so there's basically 4 items to vote on as identified in your abstract. You could have a motion on each individual one, so there would be 4 motions and 4 votes, or you can put them all into one motion. Just want to make sure if we do that we adequately identify, what that one motion includes.
Okay, so you're speaking of the fee for the mayor and the council, and then you're speaking of the fee for the election, municipality building, if we want to have it here in Winterville. And what is the focus?
As the abstract shows, the first matter is the municipal election estimated cost of the $12,977.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I don't think council has to vote on that.
That one is.
That sort of goes without
Okay.
saying.
The
That's for election day?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
that's for election day.
the early voting, the 11,529.
Okay.
And I guess that early voting is being identified as October 27th through November 1st. And then the second item, I guess, would then be the filing fee for the mayor and for the council.
I would like to ask the council, you would like to do them all together, or you would like to vote upon it separate? What is it?
Let's do them all together.
All together?
So I would like to move that we approve the one-stop voting and filing fees as outlined here in this supporting document.
Do I have a
All of
second?
And the filing fees, yes.
Okay.
One-stop voting and filing fees. as outlined in this document.
Filing fee says they were the last previous filing period,
Yes,
25 and 12.
yes.
Okay. A motion has been made by Councilwoman Smith and second by Councilwoman Robinson. Any questions? If none, will we use your clicker to?
Thank you very much.
All right, we got a 5-0. Okay.
Mayor Pro
All right.
Tem, just for the
Yes.
public's sake, filing fees for office this year for mayor will be $25 and for council will be $12. And the filing period, I believe, opens sometime in July.
July the 7th.
Thank you.
July the 7th,
July 7 through 18,
yes.
according to,
Sorry. And will you go with public, what seats are up?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that the seat for
Right here.
mayor, 2 council seats, I believe
Yes.
it's Councilman Johnny Moy's seat
Yes.
and Councilwoman Chantel Hawkins' seat.
That is correct. And then that, let me see, and then after that, the 2 years from now will be Councilwoman Harrell, then Councilwoman Robinson, and Councilwoman Smith. That'll be 2027.
And this election gets Councilwoman Hawkins'
Yes.
seat back in the rotation of the 4-year terms.
That is correct.
So we should be back on schedule.
Okay? All right. Any other questions? Sorry? All right, next. For new business, we have the Recreation Advisory Board appointments. I'm gonna ask, Ms. White, will you come up, please? Thank you.
Good evening. I just want to first say thank you to everybody who's kept my family, me, and your thoughts and prayers. We greatly appreciate everything y'all have done for us. So with the Recreation Advisory Board, currently we have 7 resident members and 2 non-resident positions vacant, and we have 1 alternate member that could be a resident or non-resident. We have a few applications on file, so staff would like to request that we appoint Randy Bowers, who currently serves as a resident and the president on the committee, to a non-resident position, and move our alternate position, Anthony Yoakum, to a resident, and then if council would choose from the rest.
Okay, so Mr. Bowers built a house outside of town, so that's why he will need to go from an in-town position to a non-town position if council is agreeable. And then it has been standard practice to move the alternate seat, that person, to an in-town seat when available.
Yes, and Mr. Yoakum is a resident.
My suggestion, Diane, would be if, Willie, I don't know how, if you got them all separate? Okay, all right. And then there will be the alternate position that you all will have 3 applications in your packet to choose from. Okay, got it. And I think Willie has it set up for you to vote for each seat separately. So the beginning would be to appoint Mr. Bowers to one of the non-resident seats.
so I move to accept the staff recommendation to move Mr. Randy Bowers to the non-resident seat on the Recreation Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, a motion had been made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Harrell. All in favor of Mr. Randy Bowers as to be a non-resident on the board? Use your clicker. We have a 5-0. Okay, next, and you say you want to do one at a time.
Yes, sir.
So next we have what, Mr. Andy Yukon?
Anthony Yocum.
Yokum.
He's currently the alternate. We're requesting for him to be moved to the now vacant resident position.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion?
I move that we appoint Anthony Yocum to the resident member spot of the Winterville Recreation Advisory Board.
Okay,
Second.
all right. A motion has been made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, that we will move.
Robinson.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. I would like to make, a motion has been made by Councilwoman Smith and second by Councilwoman Harkin, that we will, appoint Mr. Anthony, his name is Anthony Yukon, to be the alternate to hold the resident. Okay? All in favor, use your clicker. All right, we got a 5-0 vote, yes. Okay, next, we have Ms. Lindsay Price
Mayor Pro Tem, you all,
as an alternate member position.
you have 3 applications to
Okay.
consider for the alternate. And Diane, would you list those, please?
So we have in order of, we've received them were Ms. Chanel Flowers, Ms. Lindsay Price, and Mr. Michael McFadden. And those would be considered for the alternate position.
And your recommendation is?
I would recommend Lindsay Price, but that's really up to council.
There's no date on her application when it was received. 8/21, but she did it. 8/21, so I'm assuming that's about when it was submitted.
On the top, it says 8/21.
Lindsay, right, Lindsay? Okay, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of this board?
I move that we take staff recommendation to appoint Lindsay Price to the alternate member position of the Winterville Recreation Advisory Board.
Second? Anyone? Motion has been made.
I second.
Okay, motion had been made by Councilwoman Smith and seconded by Councilwoman Hawkins, that we accept Ms. Lindsay Price to be the alternate member on the Recreation Board. All in favor, use your clicker. Oh, yes. Okay, next.
Thank you.
That's it?
That one, yes,
Yep,
sir.
Okay. All right. And next, we have the Carroll Crossing preliminary plat.
Yes, we do. We've got a preliminary plat for Carroll Crossing, Section 4. So this will be the last phase of Carroll Crossing. The applicant is O'Kane & Associates. The location of this is it's on Church Street. It's northeastern corner of Jeremy Lane and Church Street. It's a 4.193 acre site that is zoned R8 conditional district. The condition is that all duplexes have to have a brick facade. A Board of Adjustment case was held for the special use permit to allow single-family attached at this site, and it was approved January 16, 2024 by the Board of Adjustment. That was to allow for 23 units in total. So 11 lots that will be used for duplexes and 1 lot for single-family detached. As we look at the location, this is the Roberts Company right here. So just north to south right here, we have Church Street. You also have Lori Ellis Road going east to west. Again, you've got the Roberts Company just across the street from this site, as well as Winterville Operations Center over here off of Church Street. This is the corner of Jeremy Lane and Church Street that I was referring to moments ago. This is an image of the preliminary plat. Again, fairly simple. We have 1 entrance off of Jeremy Lane, 1 off of Church Street. All of these are duplex lots, except for this corner lot right here did not have the square footage for it, so that'll be a single family lot. You also have stormwater infrastructure on this site as well. Staff does recommend approval of Carroll Crossing Section 4 preliminary plat. It has been reviewed by the Winterville Technical Review Committee and has received Technical Review Committee approval. Of course, if approved at this level, then they will have to submit construction drawings and eventually a final plat. The Planning and Zoning Board did hear this proposal at their February meeting and unanimously recommended approval. Are there any questions for staff?
Any question? Okay,
Thank you.
I would like to have, could we ask for a motion to approve the preliminary plat that has been presented at this time?
I move for approval of the Carroll Crossing preliminary plat.
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made by Councilwoman Robinson and seconded by Councilwoman Smith that we will approve the preliminary plat for Carroll Crossing. All in favor, use your clicker.
Not showing.
Showing. Try one more time. I'll give it out.
See, Willie, I think maybe. Give us 1 moment, please.
All right, pause for the cause.
Mayor, I think you're ready.
You ready? All right. Use your clicker.
No?
No?
All right. So we go right
Pause
down.
for the calls.
Old-fashioned way.
Roll call.
By hand.
All in favor? Yes. Raise your right hand.
Yeah, got it.
All against, the same. Ayes has it. All right. Next, we have termination of A.W. Ainge Trust Fund.
Yep, Mayor,
I would like the town manager to speak on behalf of that.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I would defer to our town attorney.
Thank you. I'll give a brief overview, but be glad to answer any questions that you have of me. This is a trust that was created by A.W. Ainge. It was in his will, and when he passed in 1961, it was created. Pursuant to this charitable trust, Barton College was the primary beneficiary at 96%. The Winterville Christian Church was a beneficiary at 2%, and the town in its community building was a beneficiary at 1%. So pursuant to the trust, since I think roughly 1961, Barton College has been given $8,500 a year. The Winterville Christian Church has been given $200 a year, and the town of Winterville, for use for the community building, has been given $100 a year. The trustee for the trust is Wells Fargo Bank. The trustee has decided, because the corpus or the principal of the trust is shrunk to such a small amount, which, by the way, is roughly about $214,000, that the cost of administering the trust is about equaling the money coming in. So trustee never wants to be overwatching a trust that's shrinking in assets. So they have they're recommending that the trust be terminated. Barton College and the Christian Church have agreed to it. They've now approached us. The town's 1% with the termination of the trust is going to be about $2,300. So $2,300 will come to the town. That's a brief overview. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have of me. Essentially, I think in your agenda packet, you've got a copy of the petition, and there's a consent document in there that the town would need to sign, and the council would need to approve that signature.
Hey, does this board, anybody have any question to the town attorney on this matter? If not, I'd like to have a motion to termination that was presented to us tonight. If you approve it, will you use your clicker?
And I do apologize. One other thing, that part of that motion is to allow the town manager to execute. We need to identify who's going to sign it, so the town manager to sign the consent. Thank you, Mayor.
I make a motion that we terminate the A.W. Ainge Trust and allow the town manager to sign the consent. Is that good?
Yes, ma'am. That's it. Thank you.
Second.
A motion has been made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith, that we terminate the
trust.
The trust, to terminate the trust, and to have our town manager be able to sign the waiver for it. All in favor, would you please use your clicker? All right, it's working again, all fine, except, okay. Thank you.
You know that was a major store in our area for years and years and years, major part of our community. And I know that the town appreciates being part of that over the years. And if you don't know about the history of the Ainge family, when Sunday come over and tour the house behind here, and the artifacts that are in it, the old cash register and things like that are in there.
Thank you. All right, we down to other agenda items. Request to revisit and discuss removal of the ordinance of 32.002, general supervision of the police department. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Good evening. My first item is in fact a request to revisit the removal of the ordinance that was presented last month in February. Before I do that, I just want to clarify and get definition of what old business is. It was listed under old business, if we could. Old business. Town manager.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure I understand your.
So the request to remove the ordinance was listed under old business on the agenda for February.
Yes, ma'am.
However, we never talked about that as a council. That was brought up by myself, in my agenda items. It was never on the agenda. So I just want to make sure that it was in the correct place, if, you know, or that is what I wanted to point out first, please.
Yes, ma'am. So there are no hard and steadfast definitions for each of those categories. So when staff's putting the agenda together, sometimes it's our best guess if it's something that has been discussed.
Okay.
That's why it made old business.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is part of why I brought this back up. Was an unexpected vote that was presented. It was under old business. And the town attorney was not present, nor was Dr. Harrell, the other councilwoman. And I feel like with this being a council manager governance, they should have been present. Second, I just want to say, the worst thing we could do is nothing. My job as counsel is to follow up on the concerns received from citizens. It has been posted on Facebook that I want to remove or dismantle the supervision or change the supervision of the police department because my son received a ticket. This is further from the truth. As council person, I took an oath to uphold the rights of the citizens here in Winterville. My son happens to be a citizen. So when something is posted, namely by Tony Moore, who walked out a few minutes ago, I wish he was still here, that is causing divisiveness. I have shared more than once that I appreciate the law enforcement here in Winterville. However, accountability is not excluded from any department. None, no departments. That extends to every department. And as a council person, again, I have the right to ask questions and inquiry with regards to what is happening in terms of training and discipline when I find that there has been some things that are not happening correctly. That goes to transparency. All right? And again, let's go back to this request. I had several inquiries with regards to training, with regards to policies and procedures, and I was not given anything clear and updated at all. When I pointed out that 32.002, an ordinance that we are going by as a council, says that the council has general supervision of the police department, that very next few weeks, we had an agenda abstract presented. I was thrown aback, and I did vote favorably with it. But with that being said, there are policies and procedures, and with me voting favorably for it, I can speak to it again. I can bring it back up. Again, the town attorney was not present. Dr. Harrell was not present. And I couldn't understand why this was brought back up. However, Rule 20, as well as Rule number 3, Rule 20 being vacancy, which was overlooked by ordinance and by rule, for me, 2 years ago, in Rule 3, in terms of positions moved for Mayor Pro Tem, these were postponed. So I want us as a town council to discuss this. I want to request that we revisit this. And I also feel like if we are a council manager government, then we should all have a say in what is taking place. And as of today, I'm still not clear in terms of training, in terms of discipline, in terms of discrepancies with regards to traffic stops, in addition to other things that are going on. And I am speaking to this tonight because the public and the town needs to know what's going on. And that is my request here. We need to discuss it. Dr. Harrell is present tonight, and the attorney, Lassiter, is here tonight. So I would like to know why this was presented with such an urgency with them not being here.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem Moore?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that it's hard, very hard, for everyone to attend all of the meetings. For what reason, or distance, or what reason, we don't know. You have emergencies comes up, you have family issues, you have to keep your lights on at your home. You know, your job might call for you to do things besides be here at that time, or your child might be sick, or something of importance, very important for you not to be here, to be able to be part of making decisions for the town. So the business of the town itself have to continue. You know, even when I'm not here, even tonight, we do not even have our mayor here tonight. Business must go on for the town. So I can't speak for Dr. Harrell, and I can't even speak for our town manager, our town attorney. No, they was not here. Yes, we went on and made a decision, and the decision was made. We made a vote, and the majority of the rule. Now, what we go from there, I don't know. To go back to revisit it, I think we have that right. You do have that right. And if this board would like to hear it again, you have that right, as far as I'm concerned. Okay?
Yeah, so I'd like to say that my absence was excused by the mayor.
Yes.
I was in Washington, D.C., speaking to our Congress on behalf of rural healthcare in North Carolina. And again, yes, the business goes on. However, we want to make sure that the business isn't a burden to the town. So if Councilwoman Hawkins is bringing this back up based upon her thoughts and want to revisit, I do think that we should hear everyone out to revisit it, because again, if there was a what she calls a sense of urgency, if we are a council manager government, then my thought would be that the council does have some sort of authority or some sort of guidance when it comes to the police department as far as policies, procedures, and things of that nature, and the manager deals in the day-to-day operations.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, just a little bit of background, and yes, I was not at your February meeting. I unfortunately was a little under the weather. Spoke with the town manager and also the mayor that afternoon, and we agreed that probably the smartest thing for me to do was to not come to the meeting. A little bit of background, and I'm going off memory, so yours may differ a little bit from mine, but the issue of ordinance, or our Code of Ordinance 32.002, as I recall, that was discussed at the December and I'm pretty sure at the January meeting. And out of that discussion, it was agreed that, I informed the council that because of the change in our form of government back in the early 1990s, when we went to a council manager form of government, that this particular code, this particular section basically had no relevance, because it was the statute corrected it when we agreed to go with a town manager. But it was discussed that, hey, it's confusing to have it in there, so let's remove it. And so I think that's what came out of the January meeting. So between January and the February meeting, the town manager and I worked together to draft an amendment to remove 32.002. I was involved in looking at it, and I might have made some minor changes to it, but I approved the form that it was in, and that's what came before the council at your February meeting. Again, I was not here, but I did look at it and knew what it was and agreed the way it was written. That's a little bit of background.
I
for
do
me.
have a question. So beforehand, when we talked about removing or amending ordinances, this has to go to the North Carolina legislature, and am I correct or no?
No, ma'am, not this one.
Okay.
To change the charter, if we were amending our charter, that,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, it's a series of hurdles that has to be cleared, but just to change is something in the code. That's something that you have the authority to do right here. Yes, ma'am. That's all I had, Mayor. I'll be glad to answer any questions of me, but I wanted to give some of that background.
I have a question. February, this was discussed in the January meeting, and it was brought back up in February. And here we sit, I don't know if we can pull up the minutes, but Attorney Lassiter, you said that ordinance 32.002 was not valid? It's in the ordinance, isn't it not valid?
Yes, ma'am. It's certainly inside, or it was, it's now been removed, but it was certainly inside our code. But it was made basically irrelevant when the town changed its form of government and changed its charter to a council manager form of government. It basically removed that. That was in fact, I was here actually before we made that change, and at that point in time, before we hired a town administrator and a town manager, the overseeing of some of the departments was given to specifically council members, and that's where that came from. So when we switched and amended our charter to go to a council manager form of government, it basically made that moot or irrelevant because we wouldn't follow that anymore because the statute hence gave that authority to the town manager. And I will say this, I mean, my experience of doing this for, goodness gracious, I tell people 100 years, not quite 100 years, but sometimes it may seem as such. It doesn't mean that it's right, and we certainly should do everything we can to correct it. But I'm sure if you picked up almost any town's code of ordinance and leaf through it, you can find stuff in there that goes, that's old, and we just don't follow that anymore. It's right or wrong. Towns don't oftentimes spend the time and money to go back and fix stuff that's no longer valid because of other changes that have been made. And it was just a holdover from a prior time. But it needed to be removed, and that's what happened in February.
I would have to say that us as a town council need to designate a day to actually go through this ordinance. Because if an ordinance was in there of a general supervision of a police department, and because I brought it up through correspondence, it was removed, then it should have been removed, right? It should have been removed, not when I brought it up. This is not okay for us, and it's not okay to the people of Winterville.
Right.
It is not okay to brush it off, because that's why I'm up here speaking to it. Because it's in here. And how many other things are in here that we are leading a town with, and we don't know whether it's valid or not, or is it, or what? I looked at the public comment, the rules for the public comment. That was done in 2010. We are 15 years in addition to that. So I know things are changing and rapidly changing, but we have to speak to some things. And I'm probably a toothache or whatever for whoever is listening. That doesn't bother me. I took an oath, I ran, I'm elected, and again, I think it is actually disgusting for Tony Moore to post that I am bringing up the general supervision of the police department because my son had a ticket. Now, do I want to go ahead and share more about that traffic stop? No, I will adhere. I will stop and be professional. But if he doesn't know the facts, he needs to go somewhere and sit himself down somewhere because he has no respect from me at this time. It's all right already with being rude and disrespectful to the position that I hold. I was elected by the people, and if the people want to elect me again, they're going to do it in greater numbers. So we better go ahead and wake up. And when I speak to the general supervision of police, I am not speaking only for my son. He is a citizen. He does have rights. But I am speaking to the countless people that come to me with concerns about the police department. And that is why I asked Chief Williams how we can make this we can build better relationships. That is why I asked Chief Williams, how can we get coffee with a cop outside of coffee at 9 a.m. in the morning? We have a variety of people that, as we saw in the news, growing 1% per year. So it's not the Winterville of yesterday. It is changing. And anybody who wants things to stay the same, you're in for a rude awakening, because it's not. And so again, I brought this up because you were not here. Dr. Harrell, Councilwoman Harrell was not here, and I felt like for due diligence, they should have been here and present. And again, I was presented it. This has nothing personally to do against Town Manager Parker. God knows it doesn't. But this is the business of the people, and this is what I'm here to do, and I'm going to do it. And if we have no more discussion, I'm going to say again, that right there was brought up and changed expeditiously. However, Rule 20 is still the same, and Rule 3 is still the same. So we have to begin to look at transparency, accountability, and priority, and tap into Winterville. If we're talking about the slice of a good life, we're talking about equal slices. Are we talking about slivers and crumbs for some and equal slices for more? And that is what I have to say about that.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to recap my understanding of the timelines given to me over recent months. So there was a discussion in January, and I'm referring to page 84 of the minutes from January that you'll find in your packet. It references Councilwoman Hawkins, one of the other agenda items that you brought forward related to town council policies, availability for public review. And
Are we talking about packet online or packet? I don't have
it will be in your, if you have your iPad and you have your packet.
Packet online, okay.
The same agenda packet, but it's
Yes,
the draft in there.
Mm.
It references, we talked about the rules of procedure for council. I think we did talk about the ordinance in place that we're referring to this evening. I was given a deadline of May for the May meeting for the policies and procedures. And the changes that I'll be reviewing would be related to where it says Board of Aldermen as opposed to Town Council. Some of the what I'll call more generic changes that need to be made. In terms of specificity with respect to Rule 20 and the Mayor Pro Tem and those changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I will not be making recommended changes to those, but that is something that council discussed, and you folks are supposed to be going through your rules of procedure to bring back the verbiage as you would like to discuss and see those sections and any other additional sections written. That I'll be bringing back at the May meeting a draft with proposed changes for the items that I was just referring to. in terms of the ordinance 32.002, I believe, and we could go back, I don't have the February minutes, but we talked about the need to change that expeditiously just based on the fact that it was no longer relevant. And I am almost positive I was given either March or April as the deadline to bring that back. So that's why it was brought back the next month to go ahead and clean that up, knowing that our complete recodification, which I think Mr. Harvey is going to discuss before the evening's over, is going to take a much longer process. But yes, that's another one where everyone, departments and council, will need to go through the entire code of ordinances so that we can try to incorporate changes that need to be made. And also American Legal, when they go over it, they'll be looking for any what's the word I'm looking for, Keen, where,
Codified.
well, where our ordinances don't meet what state law says anymore.
Well, yeah, they will remove anything in their
Yes.
opinion that state law was changed. So,
Conflicts, thank
yeah.
you. But obviously, the more local ordinances that affect Winterville specifically, we will need to look at those and make those changes accordingly. So we've got that project in the hopper and know that we need to take a holistic look, and departments have already started to do that in their respective departmental ordinances. Does that make sense?
Wait. Anybody else have anything else? We are at this moment with other agenda items, and the discussion that we had discussed tonight is about the removal of the ordinance 32.002, and it has been removed. Is that correct, Town Manager?
That is correct.
That is correct. So that agenda item has been corrected. Do anyone else have anything else that they want to add to?
Did we check to see if there were other ordinances like this as far as general supervision of recreation? Because I know at one time they did allow the aldermen
Yes.
to oversee various departments. So do we need to go back and look at those others?
Yes, staff is currently looking at their respective departmental ordinances as that applies. I didn't on its face see any others that reference exactly like the police department, but we're all going through those and certainly welcome council to do that. So if you see something that looks out of kilter, please let us know.
Ms. Hawkins?
Thank you,
Councilwoman
and
Hawkins.
thank you so much. Looking at the minutes, it was shared not only that the general supervision of the police department be looked at, but also the policies and procedures, that be looked at and changed quickly. And what I am pressing on is that if we're gonna do this right away, Rule 20 should be fixed, Rule 3, and everything else. This should be a sit down, get together, get it together. Why is that important? Because we represent the people of the town and we don't know what to tell them. We don't know what to tell them. Is it valid? Is it not? Do we need to go back? Seriously, this needs to be cleaned up, honestly. And it's not just this. And in terms of me speaking to training and accountability with regards to traffic stops, that has nothing to do with my respect for police officers. And for somebody to put something up there to cause divisiveness speaks to his character. And I wish he was sitting here. That speaks to the character of someone who sat on this board for close to 20 years. What are we doing? Change is okay. Change is okay. And in terms of traffic stops, we asked for a report of traffic stops, and we received a report of traffic stops. But I'm asking right now for the reasonings. I have the demographics, and honest to God, the demographics are not comparable to Greenville and Wilson and Tarboro and everything else, because Winterville has about 15,000 residents. Over 60% are white residents, 30 to 40% are black residents. Somebody needs to tell me why over 90% of black residents are being stopped, and what are the reasons? We want to know the reason. Everybody's tags, your tags are expired and they're not expired. Then when they go down to court and looking at the demographics of what was sent, over half or 75% are being dismissed. So here goes back to, we need the police, but we need good policing. We need purpose in policing. We don't need we don't need harassment. We don't need people to be fearful of the police. Now, we know it's some people not doing right. We know that, but everybody is not doing wrong. Why is this happening? And everybody and every demographic needs to look at what we saw. 30-something%, 36% black residents, over 90% are being stopped. Something is wrong with that picture. How would you like it if it was you or your family members? It's not okay. It is just not okay. It's not okay. So I'm asking for the reasons for the stops. Because if I say the numbers, it's going to be crippling. And we were given numbers for Greenville, Wilson. Greenville has over 90,000. That is not comparable to a Winterville. Wilson has over 50,000. That is not comparable. What is comparable is the discrepancy in why you're stopping them. Stop getting behind people and looking for stuff. Get out, do a yard, do something else. You're here to protect and serve more than traffic tickets. We want more interaction, not traffic infractions. We want more conversation, not criminal investigations. This is what we want. This is what I asked for. You give it to us, we're going to respond. They don't respond because they don't trust. They are scared. They are scared. And it's not okay to live in a town when you're scared and you got all these developers coming in. We want to buy a home. It's not okay. And that is why I'm here today. I represent the people. I was voted in by them. I'm speaking for them. And I don't care who doesn't like it or who doesn't like me. I'm okay with that. When I look at this map right here, town of Winterville, citizens are at the top of the organization. Hello. Police department down here somewhere. We need to get ourselves in order because we think all these people that serve the citizens are up here and the citizens are down there. It is not. We need to get ourselves together. And so I will be looked at as aggressive. She's aggressive. She's an aggressive woman. Not to mention my race, but she's aggressive. I'm not aggressive. I'm articulating the facts. I'm not aggressive. I'm articulating what is happening and what is hurting here in Winterville. We say equal slice of a good life, a slice of a good life. That's why I say equal. Are we getting an equal slice? Slice of a good life for who? And I'm not just speaking for my son. I'm speaking also for his girlfriend. And I don't want to go into the details of that traffic stop. It's not okay. And she's not a citizen of Winterville. He is. But when you ask somebody, what took you so long in the store, that has nothing to do with a traffic stop. And more than that, Now, I'm going to go ahead and adhere to the agenda, but again, a request, and the reason why I said general supervision of the police, and I pointed that out, because when I'm asking for transparency in terms of training, in terms of who are these police officers? My God, my mother just passed away. And as we asked for an escort, for the police to escort us, my son was so fearful. He was telling us, my God, I don't want this person to escort. No. And when the other officer came, he said, thank goodness. This shouldn't be. This needs to change immediately. This needs to stop. General supervision, and as Dr. Harrell said, us as a council, we need to be given this information. Why not? If we represent the people, why can't we have information about the police, their training, where are they from, what is their background? Have they been removed from Greenville, other counties, and come here to Winterville and harassing again? It needs to stop, and it needs to stop quick.
Again, I'd like to say to the council and town manager and also Attorney Lassiter, even though that ordinance was removed, how can or when can we have a conversation about shared governance? As far as the town manager Parker with the day-to-day operations, I do agree that she should have, total authority over that. But there should be a shared governance with the council and with the manager regarding policies and procedures. When it's time to hire a new police chief, we need to be involved in that. Just to know who this, again, as Councilwoman said, who this person is and so on and so forth. No, we may not make the final decision, but if our members of the public, which this did happen when Chief Wilhite left, people were asking, well, who's gonna be the new police chief? And as council, we should be able to give some sort of information of, those things are in place, so on and so forth. But, we were not so heavily involved. And so I do feel as though with things that would help the community to heal and speak into that, we should have shared governance when it comes to the police department, not just all things taken away from council, because this is a council manager-led government. I do feel that town manager Parker, has the great intention, so on and so forth, nothing to take away from her. But as far as the council being involved in some form or fashion, just for the transparency, just for the accountability, I think that we need to put that on the table as far as some type of amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments?
No, I just want a point of clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the ordinance 32.02, it was removed because it was in direct conflict with something that by law supersedes it. It was invalid. But
Right.
the Rule 20 and Rule 3 and policies and procedures are, they're not incorrect, they're voted on by the council, and they're guidelines, not necessarily rules. Is that the layman's explanation of that?
That's correct. I mean, I think the town manager mentioned a moment ago about, a policy or a procedure to follow to redraft or make amendments to Rule 20 and Rule 3. So that those can be rewritten at any time, by guidance from the council to staff. And I think I thought that was sort of what we put in place is council was going to give staff guidance on what to do, then staff would of course take it. If there were 3 or 4 different ideas, we put 3 or 4 different ideas together and bring it back to you and let y'all vote on how you wanted to amend Rule 20 and Rule 3. But because of because 30.002 is an ordinance and not a policy, I mean, that, as I recall, was discussed in January, and we said in January we'd bring an amendment back, and that's, of course, what happened to remove it come February.
And a comment about the policies and procedures. The town clerk at that time, Tangi Williams, and I sat down and we wrote the policies and procedures that were adopted by our town board. And those policies and procedures would have put you in office, Councilwoman Hawkins, based on them. But the board decided to deviate from them. So the difference is that policies and procedures are only as good as the board allows them to be. I have no problem with revising them, working with the committee to revise them or whatever. I don't have a problem. But the thing about it is that even though we have them in place, it does not mean that the board will follow them. Whereas the ordinances, that's a different thing. But that's the difference between those two documents.
And one last thing, I mean, just another thing. I will be glad to meet with the council at any time to discuss, what's in the statutes. But the statutes are clear that once you change your form of government to a council manager form of government, the statutes identify the duties and responsibilities by law given to the town manager. Now, again, be glad to talk with anyone about, what that in essence means. But in the broadest spectrum, the town manager is given the responsibility of managing personnel for the town.
And so with the town manager managing personnel and holding all departments accountable, we're going back to council again. And with all due respect to Town Manager Parker does refer or answer to council when we have questions. Am I, somebody help me?
Yes.
Am I right? So if council asks a question in terms of the intricacies in training or discipline in terms or backgrounds of officers that we have no idea, these are officers that have people's lives in their hands, right? And when we ask about that and it's very vague because of maybe other policies and procedures, then where does that leave council? How do I then go back into the community and say, hey, I don't know. Somebody tell me, let me finish. Somebody tell me, and I know you're agitated with me talking about this because this is touchy, but these are people's lives right here. And when do we talk about it, right? When do we keep on letting it go and not talk about it? When we're, as a town council person, elected to represent the people, ask a question about a serious concern, and you don't have answers, you, the town attorney, tell me. And then, and with that as well, as a town attorney, you help to represent me as well, as a council. You're supposed to represent me, we're not supposed to, so please tell me.
Sure, well, and I'm not agitated. You said you, I don't know if you're referring to me or just you in general, but I'm not agitated about, we can talk about anything. And we could talk about anything in open session unless it's required to go into closed session. But I'm more than happy to discuss it here. And you're right, I'm the town attorney, and my bosses are the people that sit right here. I work for each one of you, represent the town, but you're my bosses. The one thing that I would add to what you just said is that, again, we do have to operate within the bounds and the confines of the North Carolina statutes. And one of the things that's covered in great detail is anybody who's hired by the town, of course, has a personnel file, whether whether you're in the electric department or, public works or, fire department or the police department. And the state law was very clear. There's things that are in that personnel file that are not open to the public. There are things that are open to the public. And so working within those bounds, matters can be released, but some can't. And we can talk about it now, we can talk about it later, but it's my opinion that training records are part of the personnel file that the general statutes do not allow to be released.
Training for traffic stops, not released?
Well, training records. So, I mean, I'm not sure what type of, when you're referring to training for traffic stops, but the training that officers receive, that's part of the personnel file.
Okay, but what I will say, and leave it at this, when you have a council who are representing the people and they know nothing about the officers, right? I asked Chief Williams, I said, we need more community policing, and we can go back. Chief Williams said there's not enough. There are not enough police for us to be doing community policing. I beg to differ, because we put our lives in your hand, and it's nothing personal. I'm talking about what's supposed to be. We need some community. We don't need you sitting in front of nobody's house making them feel intimidated. You just sitting there. You're not getting out. You're not talking. You're just sitting there every day. I have people come and tell me they're just actually sitting in front of my house. Why is that? Why so? What's going on? If you're doing an investigation, you should say, hey, we're doing an investigation in the neighborhood. We don't want you to be alarmed. Just personable. That comes first. And so in terms of training, when you're asking about training for traffic stops, one person traffic stops one way, follow protocol. Another one is bullyish. Another one, so what is the uniformity? How does that work? And that's just a general question. And if we are not privy to that, what are we doing up here? And then we're going back to the statutes. But when something happens here, like it happens in little towns, and you say, oh, I thought it never happened, it's not because Councilwoman Hawkins did not ask. It's not because Councilwoman Dr. Harrell did not say, hey, maybe we should have this or that. And it's not because of that. Because there are other council people here that has had concern as well. And I'm bringing this to the forefront. And I'm not trying to be malicious or adversarial, but I'm speaking on behalf of the people because they come top for me. They put me here. So I'm not too big to talk for them. Like I got up here and so now I'm not gonna say because I'm annoying people. That's not what I'm gonna do. And thank you.
Thank you. We are at the other agenda items, and we have, I think we have covered one, and we have 4 left. And yes, and we have been sitting for a few minutes, so we're gonna take 5, 10, I say 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Yes.
All right, and can we resume back at 8:15? If that's pretty good? That's
Yes,
too
sir.
long.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good. Way.
Recess, what'd I say?
A break.
And we are at, here at, other agenda item. Number 2 is town-based transportation. Unless there is anything else you want to say about,
Nope, we have concluded with number 1. I believe I made my point clear, and I would follow up as we go along. Thank you so much.
so number 2 will be town-based transportation.
So town-based transportation is, for me, a priority. As I shared before, there are many people in Winterville who cannot drive. They cannot drive due to disabilities. They cannot drive because they don't have a driver's license or cannot get one for whatever reason, or they are underage. However, you should not have to make an appointment to go to Dollar General or Food Lion. That is with the PAT system. Town Manager Parker has presented us tonight with a list of transport, as I have brought this item up several times, and brought it up about back in August or September, and Town Manager Parker was to get back with us, and I thank her for providing about 14 means of transportation. I do have a question about these, and I have not had an opportunity to research them, to call them, to find out what they do. However, I do have a question for Town Manager Parker. Was any of these companies surveyed in terms of fees and/or if you have to make an appointment? Again, my premise for asking for town-based transportation is because if you live on a street like I live and not in back roads or, areas that are closed off or private, you have people walking past to go to the store, rightly so, if they need to. And we have had, several months ago, a pedestrian killed by a hit and run. That we don't know who that still is at this time. And whoever knows need to say something. But what I'm saying is, we have 14 companies. Town Manager Parker, did we survey any fees? For example, Pitt Transit System is charging $9 one way. So if you need to go to Food Lion, you have to pay $18. Or my God, like the wonderful woman who was on oxygen, who told me she had to pay an Uber to go to the post office. Do we have fees or a process by which those who need transportation can go by for these transportation services?
Council, excuse me. Councilwoman Hawkins, and I would like to give credit for putting this list together to Jake Crowder, who's one of the interns with us in the police department, and he's a current student at ECU. They were not surveyed individually. I believe this was the first step in getting information back to council. So certainly staff awaits council direction, but at this juncture, it was just to provide area companies that offer transportation services. Obviously, we did not include Uber and Lyft, but they are resources as well.
And I thank you for these resources that I can share, and/or if we can post this on the town's website as tentative, services or a variety of services. What my goal is, and I will continue to have it as a goal, is to have public, town-based transportation that will take citizens to the main areas such as Food Lion, Dollar General, Family Dollar, and the post office. 4 areas of stop where you don't have to make an appointment, or people don't have to come from Greenville to travel in and around a town. And with a growing town is growing at 1% per year, over 1,000 people. Those 1,000, there is going to be a significant amount of people who cannot drive. So we need to think about it. I know when we think about town-based transportation, it makes some people feel eerie or weird, or, we're having different people come in, but we have to put the people of Winterville first and their needs, right? They are the reason why the town has a budget. And when we talk about fiduciary and how we designate monies, And then going back to the budget where we give a various amount of organizations monies when we could be getting a town-based transportation. So I want to tell you, thank you, Town Manager Parker, for putting this together, but I am going to go ahead and survey it and come back and ask that you help me or Mr. Crower survey to see what fees there are, because this could be immediate relief for some, and then also can be as exacerbated, as exorbitant as pit area transport. Because if someone needs to go to the post office, got to pay $18, and make an appointment, that's just a bit too much. Thank you. That's all for that in terms of town-based transportation.
Okay, anyone else have anything on town-based transportation? Not done? Okay, all right. Number 3 will be dangerous trees, proactive safety measures support. Councilwoman Harkin.
Thank you again. I have brought dangerous trees, proactive safety measures, and support to the council this evening. This is not my first time bringing it, and it will not be my last time bringing it. As you look around with inclement weather, we have trees falling on homes all over the place. We want to be proactive. I have been proactive in other areas in terms of always stop signs and in terms of meeting with the fire chief in terms of emergency preparedness. I'm constantly trying to look for ways to ensure the people of Winterville are safe. Now, the last time I brought this up, it was shared that we're gonna go on people's property, and if something else happens, or we don't have enough manpower. What I would say is, if I provide, I'm going to be providing and flushing in people's pictures of dangerous trees that have fallen, big limbs have fallen on the home, cars here in Winterville. We wanna be proactive. I say that, again, the monies that we are putting out to all of these different organizations that are not even in Winterville, we could at least go to these homes. These are mostly elderly people. This is also includes myself. I'm an educator, and as you know, we get paid, but we don't get paid like many people do in other areas, although we are providing education to our future. That's another topic. But dangerous trees it's a hazard. Every time it's raining, every time there's a storm, I have nervous neighbors. So I am asking that when we do the budget, that we think about this, that we think about going to people that I will provide a list of, including myself, and you don't have to pay for me. I will take some of my monies to help my neighbors, but it costs over $3,000 to remove one tree. So are we talking about let the tree fall if they can't afford, getting their trees cut, then oh well, that is not okay. What is okay is to provide some sort of relief. This can be put in the budget. And I'm speaking to this tonight because I don't want it to be thought of that I'm not looking at it. It is dangerous trees. We need to be proactive, even if the staff cannot do it. If they have materials that can be rented out, I don't know what we need to do, but we need some help in terms of dangerous trees. And I wish that some of my elderly neighbors in and around Winterville could come out to public comment. Next month, I may bring pictures and letters. This is valid, and it needs to stay at the top of what we're talking about when we talk about a slice of a good life. We want a slice of a good life, not to be sliced by dangerous trees.
Councilman Hawkins, I know that that's true. We do have a lot of elderly residents, those pine trees especially. They planted, and now they've grown up to be enormous trees. I've had trees cut down in my yard, and I know it's a major expense to get it done. Do you think that that would be something we would need to include in our urgent repair program?
Yes.
Because you're talking about something to be done for someone who wouldn't be able to, it would be a hardship on them to do. That might be something that we could suggest that some of our urgent repair monies be used for, because, you know, you're gonna do it, you know, based on ability to pay. That would be something. And I know that we have quite a few trees around like that. I had them cut I had 3 in my yard. I had to get 1 this year and wait about 4 or 5 years and get another. So that is a need.
And I think that would be wonderful. I don't know if we need to make a motion or wait until the budget meeting, but putting that as an urgent request would help many of the elderly as well as those who just cannot afford it. Myself, I spent over $3,000 to have a tree cut in my backyard. Again, I'm an educator, love what I do, but we just don't have that kind of money. And people need help. And we don't want to have these monies and not put them for where they are needed. And we need to think about it. Again, when we are helping and it's okay to help some organizations, but we have to help within first. So Councilwoman Robertson, Town Manager Parker, I don't know how that works, to put this in the urgent repair fund for trees. I'm quite sure you'll have a list of people and valid reasons. There are trees that are, I don't know how tall, 50-foot, 60-foot tall, that they're gonna fall on someone's home soon.
So do we need to make a motion on that? Have it included in our urgent repair program?
You certainly could. I just think the way that's handled versus housing repairs. Currently, urgent repair is for homeowners 62 years of age or older, own their home, current on their taxes, that kind of thing. So if the same criteria apply, we would just need to amend the program to include that and figure out how we're going to vet those folks, if that makes sense.
Because people have to file an application for it anyway.
Correct.
And that, to me, would be a statement, you know, in essence, that would be a statement of need right there. And then to qualify, you know, for income limits and things like that.
Now,
it could be something that we could include.
Yeah, I mean, certainly be glad to look into it.
Thank you, Town Manager Parker, and I would kind of look for maybe like a time frame for you to get back. In terms of the trees, now, if you have to be 62 or older and you're 40-something and you're living in a home with children and you have trees, how does that work? So I would ask that we expand and look at the urgency or the trajectory of the trees, and perhaps have someone come in and I don't know, look. But if a tree needs to be removed, I do not think it should be contingent upon your age, if it's dangerous. But if you could please get back to us, or however this repair fund, it is simply to remove trees. And also another concern was, if you hit something on the personal property, they'll sue. Well, if someone gives you permission to cut trees and they give you consent and they say, you will not be liable, we want these trees cut, I think that would help in that case.
They could probably, liability as far as an insurance fall on the company, probably, if it were.
If an independent contractor is hired, yes, we would only hire somebody who has the liability insurance to cover that, those types of damages. If it's town forces, that's another matter. It would probably, if town forces were cutting a tree and it fell, you know, somewhere it wasn't supposed to fall, it would fall back on the town's insurance.
I would hope that we would not be looking to use town forces. I think our insurance company may question that, but certainly hiring a third party that's properly insured.
And I'm quite sure there are tree removal services that will be glad to help in this town with that tree removal, perhaps a contract with them and looking into that. So Town Manager Parker, should we wait till next month for you to look into how we can do the urgent repair?
I'll be glad to start looking into it, assuming council wants me to do so, and I'll work under the confines of the urgent repair program as it exists, and then if you want to take the tree component and expand that, we can discuss that when I bring it back. Does that make sense?
The tree component and expand that in terms of?
The current urgent repair program and the criteria to meet that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
At least
ma'am.
it gives us a starting
Yes, ma'am.
point.
Do we need to make a motion or just?
I think just direction to the, since the town manager's going to do the work, just to give her direction on what you want her to bring back. Yeah.
Yes.
So we need to make a motion.
Well, or just somebody speak out if they.
Okay, I make a motion, giving Town Manager Parker direction to explore the urgent repair program in terms of tree removal, and any other underlying factors with regards to tree removal in concert with the home repair.
Question, would that include removing the stump?
Currently, the threshold, just so you'll know, and I have no idea what it costs to cut down a big tree, but
Yeah.
5,400. I think we were looking to raise it to 6,000 per urgent repair need is what the max threshold is, just for conversation purposes.
That's my question.
So I think so, sir. And I think if it's up to 6,000, that would cover it. Tree removal and stump removal is in and around that 6,000 threshold, but we won't know until the contractor gives an estimate. And they probably should be more than one estimate to get the best estimate. So, yeah, stump removal as well. Because if you don't, it's still gonna grow roots.
Okay. Anything else on? You got a motion? And a second. Okay. All right. Motion was made by Councilwoman Hawkins and second by Councilwoman Burrell. All in favor, use your clicker. You got 5 yeses. All right.
I'll try to have an update for council next meeting, April meeting. It may not be fully formed, but I'll have an update.
Now, the vote that we vote upon is for you to check into it, right? Or to see if we can do something
The motion was to explore, yes.
for it.
That's what
That you was gonna add it to your repair, your minor repair.
right. I want to make sure we're on the same page,
Okay. I
but
just
that's
wanna
what I
make sure.
understood is my direction.
Okay. All right. And one other thing I want to say is that the guideline that we already have in place is still in place. It has not changed, 6'2" and over. That is correct.
Yes, sir.
All right, Main and Mill Street parking, Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, I brought this before the board. Previous, I don't have the specific month. I can pull it up. Town Manager Parker has shared with me that staff would be looking into it. I brought this up before the board. Main and Mill has several businesses at kind of the vicinity of Main and Mill, directly across from a car sales place. This is a two-way street. There is parking on that street, and if anyone goes down that street during business hours or busy or most attended business hours, it is a potential for a hazard, a potential for an accident. I don't know via NCDOT if there has been an accident, but there is a signalized light there. However, I brought this before the council to see if there could be additional parking or some sort of public parking or some areas where those patrons go to kind of minimize cars having to go around parked cars while there's cars coming up front. I don't know if there's video on it. I've never videoed it, but it is hazardous to me when I look at it. And it has been shared with me by residents. And so I was just bringing it back up to see any updates that Town Manager Parker had for us.
Councilwoman Hawkins and Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I believe Mr. Bowers, who is our land acquisition, et cetera person, has spoken with DOT, and I will let him give you the update.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Yes, I reached out to DOT, talked about those specific spots. I believe there's 8 there, 7 or 8. He talked about the different concerns, pulling in that the council had expressed and had been communicated to the council members from the citizens. He, at that point, established the fact that if these are removed, if that is something that the council was interested in, just would need a resolution as we did with the other signalization issues or four-way stop issues, for the council to provide a resolution of support to remove those spots. And during that conversation, we also talked about maybe possibly removing some of the stop bars that are there so that fire trucks can make a better turn at the intersection itself. So those were the 2 items that we discussed, and his recommendation was to put that in a resolution and send it back to NCDOT. So, obviously, that does possibly create some other parking issues, as you alluded to, other public parking that may be needed or necessary. We presented the council with a downtown parking strategy, which doesn't necessarily directly affect that particular area, but it does create more parking in the downtown. And so it would be up to the council's discretion at this point to make a decision if they want those spots removed. He was very clear, though, that they would not be added back anytime soon if they are removed.
I do have a suggestion. If council is desirous to move forward with potentially asking that they be removed, there are business owners along Main Street that park in those provided spaces. And I would think we would need to reach out to those folks, those businesses, just to inform them that this is something council is looking to do. Just a suggestion, but.
Another thought is that we gave direction for Mr. Bowers and staff to move forward with that parking vision plan, which, if I'm not mistaken, added potentially 16 parking places to the downtown area with some of the changes and things like that.
That's correct, yep.
I mean, we have small businesses who have already come in and expressed concerns about parking in front of their establishments. I'm wondering if it would maybe be prudent and wait until maybe we get that additional parking so that we can continue to support our small businesses. They're often concerned about having enough space down there. So to remove before we can ever put in or even consider removing at this point, before we can get those additional spaces in place, might be detrimental to many of those businesses in that area. Just a thought, because we know we've already directed staff to move forward with looking at that parking plan.
So are we talking about, Councilwoman Smith, are we talking about the parking of the businesses on Railroad Street who had question in terms of those who were parking in their designated spots? Because I know we talked about designated spots. Are we talking about that area? Are we talking about Main and Mill? Or are we talking about both?
Both, because all those businesses, so if you think about it, you have that small little eatery, the little taco place on the corner, that business would be greatly impacted. The seamstress on the corner would be impacted. I'm sure that probably there are people who go to Main and Mill and maybe Naughty Dog, or even tiebreakers and those along Railroad Street who utilize those parking places. So potential to impact negatively many of those small businesses in our downtown area would be pretty potentially substantial to remove. You said 8 places?
I think
Is that the,
Is
yeah.
that right, Nan?
So the intention is not to harm small businesses, right? So we want to support all small businesses. We want safety as well. So is there a timeline in terms of the changes to parking, to add parking, as Councilwoman Lisa Smith said? We don't want to take from, but we want to do something about it, because it has been there, it's really not helping. And an accident is going to occur. Also, they're not even parking in the parking spots. I don't know if what's happening over by Main and Mill? I'm not talking about over by Railroad Street. They're parking outside the line, halfway out. I don't know what's going on, but how long before we have something additional so that we can make amendments for safety?
Right, well, so council, we presented the plan last month, immediately turned around in the next few days, submitted that to the engineering firm. They're gonna get us a cost estimate, and once they establish what the cost estimate is for the design, there's a lot of utilities that are gonna have to be relocated, things of that nature. They'll get us a cost estimate. As soon as that cost estimate's available, I'll bring it back to the council. I would think it would be ready. I don't want to speak for the engineering firm because they didn't give me a specific date, but I would think probably within 2 to 3 months they can have that. Understand they have like really large projects going on, and this for them is probably some filler work since it's a fairly small job from the magnitude of the projects that they're working on. But I do know they've already come back to us a second time once I give them the green light to give us the estimate. Have already done some refinement work. We were able to pick up possibly 3 more parking spots on a second review and some changes to sidewalks to make them more usable. So the work is in progress, and I would anticipate, 2 to 3 month time frame without knowing their schedule.
Do these businesses know about the additional 3 spots? And how can we share that with them? There's additional spots or
So the
other
additional 3
alternatives?
spots were actually located behind Town Hall even though we're gonna make that 2-way, by narrowing that so we don't lose the ones back here where employees park.
Right.
Which will actually in turn free up stuff up there. So the traffic the people parking will migrate to the available spots, and then the hope is that it would free up stuff closer toward downtown by having more stuff back here. But yeah, so I mean, I think ultimately the ideal thing would be to get you a number so we can get it in the budget, because the next part is going to be how do we fund it, and what does that cost look like for the town? It will be pretty significant work to the town hall area. This block right here will go through some significant change, and the utility work as well will be a significant cost to the town. So, I mean, ideally, we would be able to have that. Worst case scenario, if we don't have it in time for the budget, we know that we reserve the right to kind of bring that back to you, and we can look at it as a one-off if we can't get it back in time for the budget process, in order to advance the project.
Yeah, I have a question. There was attention or an inquiry brought to me from a resident. There are cars that sometimes are left overnight or, you know, after hours that I don't know if they're state cars. I don't know if they're, you know, what their role is or what the cars are used for. But what about, you know, and it's on Railroad Street. And so what about those cars? Have we contacted those folks that own the cars? I'm not sure. So, you know, those are parking spaces as well. If we contact those folks that own those vehicles to say, hey, you know, those vehicles need to go elsewhere, unless that is a designated spot for those cars.
It's my understanding, historically, this has been looked at, and Terry can probably speak to this a little bit better than I can, but by my understanding is our ordinances, as they're currently written, don't allow us to enforce anything with regard to the on-street public parking in that area with regard to time frame and how long they can stay there.
You said it was an ordinance?
Yeah, our ordinance currently does not speak to how long, or it does not limit any time frame or parking restrictions when it comes to time in the downtown area.
That has been discussed previously, but as it stands right now, no time limits have been included in our parking ordinance.
I think we need to look into that then.
Sure. Some of the issues right off the bat, though, would be, you know, enforcement and things of that nature, like, you know, obviously marking tires, looking at the vehicles and things of that nature. So that's not to say it's not doable. It's just to say that there, you know, it brings on another set of processes.
I think with the town growing at 1% per year and getting over 1,000 residents or homeowners, this is something that we need to look at. I don't know how long ago that ordinance was put in place, but that is one yet another that we need to look at because there needs to be some sort of time limit. You can't, that's not your parking. Like, it's public parking, but it's not your personal space. For you to keep it there, it is causing problems for others. So I don't know how we can look into it, but it needs to be looked into. So that's another ordinance that we need to look at. Thank you very much, and I just hope that perhaps when we have busy times, such as Thursday through Saturday at Main and Mill, perhaps law enforcement can drive through, stop, help, do something, because it is congestion there. People can't get by. You have cars on this side coming through the car lot. I don't know where they're coming from. They're shooting out there. It's dangerous. So someone needs to look at that very carefully, and I just wanted to bring it up before the council again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey. Lastly, on our other agenda item is broadening opportunity. Speaking of age, accessories, and fees. Advertisement for sports and activities in town. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, I brought this up. I know we're close to running against time, but these are all very important instead of waiting until next month, tabling that. Broadening opportunities. When we had a presenter in February, and we looked at a survey of the activities here in Winterville. Baseball surpassed any other activity. There was a variety of activities, however, baseball surpassed it. Why am I bringing that up? Baseball is a loved sport. We cheer the sport on. It provides for great teamwork and ways in which to be great 21st century leaders and team and collaboration. However, we have other ages. There's ages, younger ages, more interest. There's more interest outside of baseball. How do we advertise in a better, a grander way? I know we said we're getting an electronic message board. That's one way. But I wanted to bring this before the board and to the public to say that this needs to be a priority in terms of doing a variety of more things, promoting it, as well as some of the activities are costly. We give money to other organizations outside of the town, but there are some youth, teenagers that cannot participate in activities because they don't have a $30 or $50 and they want to participate. So how can we as a town provide some sort of help, even if we identify 5 youth? And then we can say that our town is helping to ensure that everybody gets a slice, an equal opportunity in terms of paying for fees, in terms of access. Within the town, it goes back again, town-based transportation. Those youth that are in baseball have parents or family members that can get them there. But what about those youth that cannot get there? We don't want to minimize or lessen opportunities for those great future leadership opportunities. So that is what I wanted to say to Ms. Diane White. As we have our new additions to the Recreation Advisory Board, I would like for you to speak to that in terms of access, availability, fees, advertisement, and just getting a wide array of ways that when we look at a survey next year and how activities was attended, that it could be a great change. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hawkins, I know Ms. White wanted to just, as a point of information, they did put together a handout of all of our programs for council's information. And Diane, I don't know if you wanted to speak to that. That may not cover all of the desires that folks have for programs, but it does give a pretty specific overview of what we do offer.
I mean, as you mentioned, yes, baseball is exploding, but that's throughout Pitt County. If you live in Pitt County, everybody knows about baseball. But with not just baseball, and even with the ages, we offer T-ball, that's 4 to 6 year old, or 4 to 5 year olds. We offer Pee Wee, that's 5 to 6 year olds. We offer soccer, that's 4 to 6 year olds. We do a mommy and me tea party, that's, you know, any age. The daddy-daughter dance, we've had, you know, grandfathers attend with their 15-year-old daughters or granddaughters. So we offer a wide variety. We do special events with the chamber, with the police department, Public Works, Electric. You know, we team up and have glow golf. We do the Easter extravaganza, which y'all also have a invitation flyer for that. So we do hope that you can attend. We are actually also doing a sensory area again. We started that last year and we're continuing that this year. You know, we work on, you know, if you have any ideas of, hey, you know, we would like to see, you know, ties and tiaras. You know, we're always, like, my door is always open. Anybody can come by, anybody can, you know, say, hey, I have this pitch. What do you think about this? You know, Roshana is actually on our Recreation Advisory Board. You know, one of the things that she mentioned was piano lessons. So we've tried that, you know, hey, we'll keep trying to make it, you know, what, you know, people would like to see. You know, like I said, my door is always open. If somebody has an idea, please come see me, especially with even our programs out here. We always welcome anybody on the board to attend. You know, Councilwoman Robertson, she's part of our Golden Age Senior Program, and that honestly has, I would say, exploded to where we're at the operation center and the training room, to where I think last time I was actually in Virginia, but I think the staff said there's like 17 or 19 people. I mean, that's huge. And it's a variety of folks, variety of ages. Everybody's welcome to participate. We did one of the special events was at Cooper's Cup. We had a speaker, and they had a chance just to fellowship, have a cup of coffee, and, honestly get a chance to go downtown and see the different stores, some of the new stores that some of them would never had a chance to even think about it. Mentioning about, if somebody doesn't have the funds, we're never going to turn anybody away. But if nobody comes and talks to us, I don't know about that. If you came and said, hey, I would like my child to play soccer, I'm not going to say, well, where's your money at? I'm going to say, okay, we have scholarships, we have paperwork to fill out. We're never going to turn anybody away because we want to see that child grow. And, next thing you know, they may be the next MLB player. But unless if somebody comes, talks with us, whether it's me, my staff, if it's y'all, come talk with us so we know what's going on. But that's at the same time, with this, we also have our opening day ceremony, which we welcome y'all to attend. I hope y'all will, because I know a lot of y'all attended last year. This is an opportunity and a chance to see what we do, what kind of programs we offer, what activities we offer, what ages we have. Because just like y'all, I want to see this community grow. But I need from y'all to come and see what we do, to see what we put our heart in. So that way, when you talk with us, you know that we're making stuff happen. We're having special events. We're having activities. We're having sports. We don't just have baseball. We have tackle football. We have flag football. I had one daughter the other day. She went to the daddy-daughter dance. First time ever I talked to her dad. And actually, it's not even her real dad. It's her stepdad. Her stepdad said, she doesn't even live in this county. I'm so thankful she was able to attend. She wants to come back next year. He said, will you let me know the next time something comes up? Absolutely. I asked him the other day, do you think she'll go to an Easter egg hunt? He said, maybe. I said, I'll let you know what we have going on. We put banners out. We send emails out. We take flyers to the Boys and Girls Club. We have social media. We have the app that we just introduced. That's anything that we have is posted. We work with different groups to where, hey, can you do word of mouth or share it to their social media? The chamber, anything we have, the chamber shares. From there, they share. So we try our best to advertise as much as possible. And we're working on stuff because we are growing. And I know with social media, technology, everything's changing, but we are working to get the word out and get new programs started. Honestly, Evan's done a great job. He handed me basically a turnkey department. All we can do is add stuff and grow.
What I want to say is I was not saying that there was not a variety. I said access, and I said funding and help with that. And as you shared, there are scholarships. And as you shared, youth will not be turned away. With that advertisement, if you don't see that, you don't know. And I wouldn't have known if I did not say it just now. So I want us to appear as we're on the same team. You are doing an amazing job. And on the survey, there was 22, I think at least 22 different activities. However, baseball was most attended. So that is why I said in terms of access, advertisement, and ways in which others can participate, because I'm quite sure once they can participate, for example, these say $50 for resident, and if you're not a resident, $65. So immediately, even if it's on social media, once you look, people look at it, they turn away. I don't have it. I have to pay a bill with that. So with just knowing that there can be scholarships, I'm quite sure that you will get a lot more attendance to the variety of what you have. And there are good things. However, money is a concern, access, and when you don't see, and when you do see it, you see these prices, it turns you off. So thank you very much. And again, you're doing a wonderful job. I don't want anybody to feel like I'm up here saying you're not. What I'm doing is speaking in terms of youth and, like you said, how they can sharpen and broaden what is inside them, that seed inside of them to what they can do. I also spoke to them getting to the events. So I spoke to that just like I spoke to transportation. So all of it is encompassing how can we help each other grow and have a slice of a good life. I thank you, Ms. White, for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. All right, anything else on the opportunity, broadening our opportunities? Nothing else? We go on to items for future agenda, future work session. If any, to my left, Hawkins, Councilwoman Hawkins, have anything?
Town Clerk Harvey knows that I will add stuff. Now, I'm not adding it now, but I will add it. So I don't have anything right now, but he knows that I'll be adding something. Thank you.
Dr. Howell? Council?
I think that we should look at the ordinances, especially since Anthony spoke about the ordinance and Terry spoke about the ordinance of not having any type of enforcement regarding parking and leaving cars in parking spaces, or just, you know, in the downtown area overnight and things of that nature. So just looking at our ordinances.
Okay, good. Councilwoman Robinson?
Not trying to steal anybody's thunder. You talked about a strategic plan, Dr. Arrell. At one time you were saying that, and I guess after going to the superintendent's meeting and seeing the plan that he has for Pitt County schools, it kind of got me to the point of, yeah, we supposed to be doing that, you know? I know you had suggested that, and I would like to see us do that because I was quite impressed with the plan he laid out for Pitt County schools. And it's not, you know, it's not a plan for 2 years or 3 years, it's a long-range plan. And I may not be here to see it implemented, but I would like to see us, I would really like to see us do that. I know it's Dr. Rails, she's been quite vocal about this, and I'm not trying to take your thunder from you, but I would like to see us do it. You mentioned it, and I see the value in it, and I think that would be something I'd like to see us work on.
No, I was just gonna say, we're here to work together, so my ideas are shared ideas for the council, and I don't see it as stealing any thunder. I just know that if we are a town and we've never had a strategic plan, then how do we know where we're going, what's next, and, you know, the direction that we want to take our town, and for our residents to continue to trust us as far as, you know, governing our town. So that's one of the reasons why I say that. But I'm really glad that you brought that up and you now see the significance in doing that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Robertson, you stole my thunder.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. Okay. I have met with Vicki Miller from the North Carolina League regarding strategic planning.
Awesome.
And they do have a program. They offer a program in person, i.e. whole council goes there, or they will come on site. And so 2 ways of approaching that. I will get out an email to you all with a little more information so that collectively you all can decide which method works best, and then we can work with them to start putting a contract together for assisting us in strategic planning services.
Very good. All right, and Councilwoman?
Nothing at this time.
Nothing? And I do not have anything at this time, no more than that. I still would love to see, still work on our multi-purpose building. We should love to get some funding, some help funding from the state of North Carolina. She's looking at me and smiling. A generous offer will be greatly appreciated. And from our county commissioner, too. All right. Well, it's Tykes time now, anyway. Okay, but anyway. Announcements. And we right here at the end of our part that we have our announcement. We have quite a few. Mr. Harvey, could you highlight or go down the ones that you would like to share?
I'll very quickly go through them in light of the time. Planning and Zoning Board next Monday here in the Assembly Room. The Board of Adjustment meeting has been canceled because there's nothing that they need to take up. Stormwater Advisory Board on Wednesday, March 19th at the Operations Center. Coffee with the Cop on Friday, March 21st at Cooper's Cup. Recreation Advisory Board on Tuesday, March 25th in the Operations Center. Human Relations Board meeting on Thursday, March 27th in the Town Hall Executive Conference Room. And as Diane shared with you, the baseball opening ceremony is on Saturday, March 29th at Winterville Recreation Park. On April 2nd, April agenda abstracts and the information are due to me. Winterville Easter extravaganza on Saturday, April the 5th. And then items for the May newsletter. Golly, we're already talking about May. May newsletter are due on April the 7th. The agenda review for next month is on April 10th, and your next meeting is on April the 14th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We ask that each one of us would take due notice thereof and govern ourselves according to all of the announcements. Report from the town manager first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do want to reiterate to council that last year during the budgetary process, you all discussed pretty extensively funding for non-town agencies. We have some of those agencies reaching out to us wanting to know what the application process is for this upcoming budget. And Donald and I have decided not to proceed with sending out applications yet because we need a decision from council as to whether you all will continue to fund these agencies. So I don't know that you all are prepared to make a decision this evening. If you are, we're certainly willing to take it, but that is something we will need to decide on sooner rather than later in the very, very near future.
We did notify them last year that we may not be funding them this year, right?
I don't know that.
I thought that we decided to do that last year.
I'm
so
looking,
that they wouldn't be.
I'm looking at.
There was not a formal notification ever made to them, but it was discussed rather.
Okay, good.
At a lack for a word there. It was discussed a good bit, but there was never direction given to notify all of them. Last year, you did not fund any new ones, only those that had received funds before.
So I would ask that if in fact you all decide to fund non-town agencies, that you at least add to your policy not to consider any new requests.
To add it to your policy.
If you're going to keep the policy to fund non-town agencies. Now, again, we'll be moving the library out from under that umbrella and basically put them in a line item, treat them as a quasi-governmental function, as we discussed last year. So.
We also discussed doing the same with the chamber.
Yes,
as it has great benefit to the town as a whole.
You are correct. Thank you.
Festival too. What do we do about the festival?
Well,
you didn't do anything.
What you're funding them, but they would not normally be considered a quasi-governmental function. So as you make your decision, I mean, certainly you all have the wherewithal to fund all, fund none, fund one.
So how soon, what's the latest period that you need to have that information back to you?
I would say that we would definitely, Donald, we may need to change our deadline date if we decide to fund or to take applications, but definitely need to make it by the next meeting.
Yo, what's the board?
And if I need to resend some information about who we fund, how we fund, what we funded, I'd be glad to do that. Be glad to.
I think overall, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
we discussed extensively last year discontinuing the non-town organization funding because of monies and needs that the town had. If I recall, I believe everybody was in agreement with that at that time.
It did appear to be united front in that respect, but I do know that things happen over time, so that's why I wanted to bring it back and go ahead and get a firm decision from council so that we can make plans accordingly.
So I would like for us to come back next month and make that decision.
In the meantime, I will get out to council a reminder of who we're funding. If you would like a little history for, let's say, the past 3 years, I can tell you what we funded them.
I will put that together for you
Thank
and
you,
get it
Don.
out to them. Give me a day or so, not tomorrow, but, and going, I'll give you a 3-year history, if that's okay, of who you funded and the amounts that were approved.
We will make a notation also that the library and the chamber will sort of be kind of taken out from that umbrella and treated more quasi-governmental in nature.
So are we accepting applications?
Not currently.
Nope, we're not accepting applications currently. But then next month, we're gonna decide on who gets funded. I'm trying to
No.
get that together.
Well, no, whether you're funding or not.
Whether you're gonna fund or not.
Whether we're going to fund
Okay.
any.
If you
So
decide
we-
to fund.
So we decide whether we're gonna fund next month. When are we going to let these folks know that they can apply?
On the
Well,
15th of April,
Don is already telling them that council needs to,
yes.
make some decisions and potentially this could change. So if you all come back and say, we're cutting it out, we're not funding anybody, we're gonna immediately then turn around and notify all of those agencies. If you all say we are gonna consider funding, then we will send out the applications the next day. Does that make sense?
Okay, we send them out next day, that's April. I'm
15th.
thinking about the calendar as far as our budget is concerned. That's April, so we say we're gonna send out applications to the ones that applied before?
Yes, because I'm gonna also ask you not to add any new ones.
So we're not at, okay,
If you keep your funding policy,
Okay.
not to add any new requests, not to consider new requests.
so basically, right now, we can say that we're not accepting any applications from anyone new.
Well, that's not currently in your policy. So,
I'm just trying to make it seem like, make it fair to the ones who would do applications and open it up also to any new organizations. But if we say we're not gonna do anybody new, then that means that the only ones that can apply would be the ones that we funded last year.
well, I would ask you to consider that only if you're gonna fund non-town agencies. You certainly don't have to do it just because I ask. I'm just asking.
So what I hear is that interest letters are coming in, or interest correspondence is coming in. So we're receiving it, but we're not taking applications until after next month when we say if we're going to fund them or not. So they can send interest letters in, whether they're in town or not, but we're making a decision not to do out of town anyway. I thought that's what we said. That was a consensus.
New requests, regardless of in or out. I will say that normally in the normal historical cycle, requests would be due to our office by the 31st of this month. So as Don has been getting phone calls from those you all have funded in the past, they hadn't seen the application yet, we're letting them know that we're still in conversations with council about how, if any, ways the program will change. So what we'll do is we'll push out that deadline to probably the end of April.
would be my
And then by the time we roll around, Councilwoman Robertson, in our budget meetings in May, first thing y'all do, usually in the first budget workshop, the very first thing you do is usually decide on non-town agency funding. That'll either be an item or it won't, depending on y'all's decision.
I'm just trying to, get a picture of the timeline, the budget timeline, and how can we make it fair to those applying and let them, doing applications for funding under our stuff and everything. Just trying to get that straight, you know. I just want everybody to have a fair chance, you know, those who are applying to have a fair chance, because we do ask for a lot of data, you know,
well,
in that,
they should
application.
already have that available. In other words, we're not making any, the only big changes I think you all would make as to whether you're cutting out the funding or not. So then the information would be a moot point. I assume they're getting their information together. They should already have this information ready to provide to us on an extended or shortened time frame. So I do think it's a fair process, and most of those folks will already have it ready to go once, assuming y'all continue to fund.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Town attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight as town attorney. I will point out to you that we do have a closed session. The statute is 143-318.11A5, where the town council can give guidance to staff on the negotiating of the purchase of property, and also A3 as it relates to attorney-client privilege matters. Thank you.
Closed session. Okay, town councils and mayor. Throw it to my left.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So I want to start off by saying that I truly appreciate the prayers, the support, the accommodations, flowers, and just the town and the staff being present with me during the passing of my mother. My mother passed about 2 weeks ago. I am heartbroken. I'm absolutely heartbroken. But the support and the prayers from the town and the staff was a part of me getting through it and being here right now. And that is why I say, although I speak and I speak strong, we are a team, and I'm so truly grateful to you all. I thank you. My mother was the actual core of who I am. So when you see a strong person like me sitting up here and speaking and articulating and wanting more, it is ever so just because of her. Next, I just want to say I would like to reiterate the need for transparency, accountability, and priority. That is going to be the key in continuing to sustain a great Winterville. As we are growing 1% each year, I'd like for us to not recede in the respect and the care and the dignity that everyone deserves. Change is not comfortable, but it is necessary, and it is urgent in some ways. And that goes to the ordinances, the rules, the procedures, and just the way we govern in terms of how we deliver and convey information to the public who put us here, to the residents who put us here. They are at the top of the organization. I would like to speak to the always stop signs that I helped to get installed at Boyd Street and Mill Street. I am glad they are there. I know that there is traffic there. is traffic, but it is no accidents. The traffic is flowing, there are no accidents. What I do see is once cars hit that stop sign, they stop, they're still speeding. They're not having accidents at that intersection. I would ask law enforcement to sometime be periodically out at that stop sign, just to be visible, to let those who are getting acclimated to the stop sign know that that is in fact a moving violation if you run the stop sign. And that is why I was advocating for a signalized light. So when it turned green, you can go about your business in a safely manner. But NCDOT, we had some barriers, and so I am grateful that we have what we have. The It's a Love Thing, a Black History celebration was canceled, as well as the Human Relations meeting, and that was, It's a Love Thing was being brought on by Human Relations. We are postponing that. That was canceled due to unforeseen challenges, but we are still going to work for that, as well as the Community Roundtable. And then lastly, I would like to echo Mayor Pro Tem Moore in terms of the multi-purpose center. I just would like to, I know Ms. White has been working on it. I'd like for us to get some sort of pertinent or touch point timelines in terms of this development. Again, this has been in the works for 18, 19 years. That is long enough. The youth need a multi-purpose center. The elderly, we need a multi-purpose center. There are people messaging me in terms of what they want in it, and we need to move on it, and we need to be able to tell them some timelines along the way. I don't want it to drag on any further. Again, I truly appreciate the town, the staff. Thank you very much for my voice. I am here for the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman
Yes,
Correa.
again, good evening, and I just want to say thank you to the staff for all that you do. I just want to say just to everyone, make sure that you're looking at your neighbors, your coworkers through the glasses of grace. Just because of all the things that we are going through as a nation, the landscape of this nation, just make sure that you're looking at folks through the glasses of grace. And I thank you all for your collaborative efforts.
Thank you.
As usual, we thank staff for all the work that they've done. I've interacted with a bunch of them this month with different things that's been going on. We've had lots of events to celebrate Black History Month. The Historical Society, the charter schools, and our citizens got together and planned an excellent program at the charter school this year. And it was a lot of people there. So many people that neither one of our historical buildings would have been adequate to cover the crowd. We did get lots of press coverage. This past Winterville's been in the paper. Our mayor on front page, and then of course coverage for those programs and everything that have been going on. And I'd like to say to Councilwoman Hawkins, things will get better. Things will get better. As far as Facebook is concerned, we've had bouts with that negativity. But they say if you change something and no one is concerned, you haven't changed anything.
Thank you for everybody for your stamina and your perseverance. Thank you for being with us this evening. We hope that you'll join us again. Thank you to the council, to all of our support staff. We appreciate you all the time and every day. And that's it for me. I move that we go into closed session.
Again, I'd like to thank everybody also for attending the meeting tonight. Senator Candace Smith, thank you. Do you have any words you'd like to share? You got to say something. There you go. All right. Thank you so much, and please, 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 don't let this be your last time. It's a pleasure to see you in the place. Yes, it is. It's very, very welcome. Thank you. We need some. Thank you. We appreciate it. And to our staff, each one of you, from the beginning to the end, thank you so much for all that you guys, ladies, and do for our town. It takes all of you and all of us to serve all of me and the rest of this community that we consider as a slice of good life. So I say, please continue on doing what you've been doing. Don't come down. Stay up and take it to the next level, because we are really, really growing in this wonderful town, okay? With that said and done, I would like to have a motion to go out of open session and into closed session.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
A second.
Okay, a motion has been made by Council Hawkins and second by Council Robinson. All in favor, use your clicker. All right, we got 5 yeses. Going into closed session. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hopefully this will be.